Lalita Vishakadevi ki, Shri Jagannath Baladeva Subhadra Maharani ki, Shri Gauranitaya ki, Srila Prabhupada ki. The lotus feet of our spiritual master are the only way by which we can obtain pure devotional service. I bow down to his lotus feet with great honor. By his grace one can cross the ocean of material suffering and obtain the mercy of Krishna. My only wish is to have my consciousness purified by the words emanating from his lotus mouth. Attachment to his lotus feet is the perfection that fulfills all desires. He opens my darkened eyes and fills my heart with transcendental knowledge. He is my Lord, birth after birth. From him ecstatic emanates. By him ignorance is destroyed. The Vedic scriptures sing of his character. Our spiritual master is the ocean of mercy, the friend of the poor, and the Lord and Master of devotees. O Master, be merciful unto us. Give us the shade of your lotus feet. Your fame is spread all over the three worlds. Take shelter from us.
Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma Bandhu Mui Savadana Mando mui savadana mate Mando mui savadana mate Jara prasade bhai e bhavaturiya jai jai Jara prasadeva ye bhavaturiya jaya Krishna prapti o jahate Krishna prapti o jahate Krishna prapti o jahate Guru mukha padma vakya chitete koriyo aikya Guru Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Kya Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Anakorio manehasha Anakorio manehasha Shri Guru Charane Rati Aise Utama Gati Shri Guru Charane Rati Aise Utama Gati Shri Guru Charane Rati Aise Utama Magati Shri Guru Charane Rati Aise Utama Gati Ye Prasade Pure Sarvahasha Ye Prasade Pure Sarvahasha Ye Prasade Pure Sarvahasha Ye Prasade Pure Sarvahasha Chaksudanna Diloje Jamne Jamne Prabhu se 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 Divya Gyanride Prakasito Divya Gyanride Prakasito Divya Gyanride Prakasito Divya Gyanride Prakasito Prema Bhakti Jaha Oite Havidya Vinasa Jate 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 Vedega Jara Charito Vedega Vedegaya Hara Charito Vedegaya Hara Charito Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Hadama Janara Bandhu Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Hadama Janara Bandhu Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Hadama Janara Bandhu Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Hadama Lokana Lokera Jivana Lokana Lokera Jivana Lokana Lokera Jivana Lokana Lokera Jivana Ha Prabhu Korodoya Deo More Pada Shaya Ha Prabhu Ha Prabhu Korodoya Deo More Pada Chaya Ha Prabhu Korodoya Deo More Pada Chaya Hey Bejas Gusutri Bhuvana Hey Bejas Gusutri Bhuvana Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jai 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 Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Namo Vishnu Vishnupadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Sarasvate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasati Gaura Bhakta Vrindaya Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasati Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasati Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasati Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Gopinatha Radha Gopinatha Radha Gopinatha Shri Radhe Jaya Jaya Radha Gopinatha Radha Gopinatha Radha Gopinatha Shri Radhe Jaya Jai Jagannath, Jai Jagannath, Jai Baladeva, Jai Subhadra. Jai Jai Jagannath, Jai Jagannath, Jai Baladeva, Jai Subhadra. Jaya Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya. Jaya Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Jaya Gaura Hari, Jaya. Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada, Jai 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 Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Gaura Haribo, Nitai Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Gaura Haribo, Nitai Gaura. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Gaura Haribo, Nitai Gaura. Gaura Premanande, Hari Hari. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahansa Parivrajacacharya Shri Srimad Abhay Charnavinda Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahansa Parivrajakacharya Statardata Shishima Sila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Thakur Prabhupada Ki Shri Guru Parampara Ki Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Shri Premisikao Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shri Sati Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Syamakunda Radhakunda Giri Govardhan Ki Shri Vrindavan Mathura Dham Ki Shri Navatit Mayapur Dham Ki Shri Dwarka Dham Ki Shri Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Jai Shri Ganga Yamuna Mai Ki Jai Shrimati Tulasi Devi Ki Jai Shrimati Bhakti Devi Ki Jai Yoga Dharma Sankirtan Yagya Ki Jai Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai Shri Shri Radhadesh Ki Jai Gaura Premanande. All glories to the assembled devotee. All glories to the assembled devotee. All glories to the assembled devotee. All glories to Shri Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Also, I don't need that. I need the harmonium. Something for it to stand on. That's all I need. Yeah. And what? Wash it, yes. Lots. Harmonium. Don't need the podium, just the harmonium.
And then we have to pull out the...
Pull out? Okay. Harmonium stand is there.
Look at this.
Look at that.
Amazing, huh?
It's truly amazing.
I can take this seat.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, thanks. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Janabalaba Idivadadari
Gopi Janabalaba Girivadadari Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yashodanandana Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Janabalaba Girivadadari Gopi Janabalaba Girivadadari Gopi Janabalaba Girivadadari Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Jamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare calling out Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Guru Deva, Guru Deva, Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva. Jai Gaur Premanandi, Hari Hari Bol. Jayam Vishnupad Paramahansa Parvat Chakacharya Stotra Shatashi Srimad His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki, Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki, Anantakoti Vaishnavrinda Ki Jai, Prem Sikho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai, Sri Sri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shyama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhana Ki Jai, Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai, Shri Mayapur Dham Ki Jai, Shri Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Jai, Hadnama Sankirtanam Ki Jai, Brihat Mridangam Ki Jai, Sri Sri Radha Gopinath Ki Jai, Gaur Premanandi. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Sri Guru and Gauranga. Something to read from. Go over there. You want to face this here? Oh, book. Okay, wonderful. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. I was asked to choose a verse from one of the 18,000 verses of the Bhagavata Purana. So, given the theme of the ISKCON Communications Conference, I thought to choose this one, inspired by Mahaprabhu's wonderful seva in putting together this conference. So, let's see here. This isn't it. 23, 13. Is it 14? Yeah. Oh, there it is, down there. Okay. between two pages. Okay. Mam yapayata patnibhya sasankarshanam agatam dasyanti kamam anam vaha snigdha mayi ushita dhiya mam yapayata patnibhya sasarkarshanam agatam tasyanti kamam anamba snigdha mayushita dhiya mam yapayata patnibhya sasankarshanam agatam tasyanti kamam anamba snigdha mayushyata dhiya. Others?
Mangyapayata patnibhya sasankarshanam agatam dasyanti kamam va snigdha mayushita dhiya
Ladies? Sasankarshanam agatam dasyanti kamam anamba snigdha mayushyata dhiya. One more? No? Anyone? Okay. Mam, me, gyapayata. My godbrothers translated this, so I have a right to do my own. Gyapayata, it means cause to be known. Here it says please announce, but please announce. Patnibhya, to the wives. Sasankarshanam, together with the Lord Balaram. Agatam, arrived. Dasyanti, they will give. Kaman, as much as you desire. Food. I'm sorry. Anam, food. Vaha, to you. Snigdaha, affectionate. Mahi, in me. Ushita, residing. Diya,
with their intelligence. Lord Krishna said, "Tell the wives of the Brahmanas that I have come here with Lord Sankarsana. They will certainly give you all the food you want, for they are most affectionate toward me, and indeed, with their intelligence, reside in me alone." Now, I'm not going to read the purport. I mean, it's a perfectly nice purport, but I want to read what Prabhupada has written in this chapter. I've picked out one paragraph, which is so loaded, I could write a book on it. Okay? So I'm going to go through each sentence one by one. Lord Krishna here confirms that the highest perfectional stage of the conditioned soul is surrender to him. My gosh, what can be said about this? So much. The highest perfectional stage of the conditioned soul is surrender to him. Now, Prabhupada's use of the word surrender is not the common usage in the English lexicon, which means surrendering, means giving up, as in wartime, to give against one's wishes, one's desires. Here, Prabhupada is really speaking about prapanam, the fully submitting of oneself lovingly. This is what he's talking about. He's not advocating a process which is foreign to us, or which is something that we have to force upon ourselves. Does anyone here feel forced to be here this morning? Not for my class. I know I'm talking about earlier. Yeah. Okay. Early. Okay. Shanika Rishi's forced. He feels forced to be here. That's right. Yeah. That's good because we want him here. So the idea is that surrender. It's the self-surrender of the heart. It's the response to something that is calling us. And we'll talk more about this in a minute. Then Prabhupada says, one must give up all other responsibilities. This complete surrender unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the most auspicious path for the conditioned soul, because the Supreme Lord is the supreme objective of love. Now, the word love in English is really the only word that works. In Sanskrit, there are at least 36 words for love. And, you know, a language is a mapping of a people. It's what they're occupied with, what they're concerned about. If you're an Eskimo, you probably have 30 words for the word white, because that's all that's up there, and probably plenty of words for blue. Okay? So a language is a mapping of a people's consciousness. Sanskrit has 36 at least words for love. And one of them is in this purport, snigdha. Snigdha means a certain kind of love, a very tender love, very tender, affectionate love. Now, I did some field work on this word love in English. I wanted to test to see if it really is the only word that works. So I came home one day and I said to my wife, I have a lot of affection for you. She looked at me quizzically. She said, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. The next day I came home, I said, you know, you're very dear to me. She said, what's going on with you? And it got worse and worse, I'm telling you. The third day I said, I have a lot of feeling for you. Are you seeing someone else? it got worse and worse. I don't want to tell you how much worse it got. But on the 7th day, I finally said, I love you. She said, oh, you're back. You're back. It's the only word that works, really, in English, is love. So how does one take a text like the Srimad Bhagavatam or the Bhagavad Gita that is originally in the Sanskrit language and bring it into English, where there is a lacking of words that nuance the types of love and the phases of love and the qualities of love? I found the best thing to do is to, again, when we hear in Prabhupada's translations, Krishna says, you're very dear to me. But that doesn't quite speak to us. So I put in my own translation, you are dearly loved by me. Priya, okay? Priya, dearly loved by me. So now Prabhupada was swimming in the world of Sanskrit. And so he could, of course, bring this powerfully into the language in a way that did speak to all of us. But when we try to convey it to others, and this is a communications conference, it's about really bringing into a language that people can understand. This is so important. Now, I have summarized our Krishna Bhakti process in 4 stages. Prabhupada is speaking here first of the conditioned state. And since Prabhupada said, as I mentioned, I think in my talk yesterday with the celebrating Annapurna's at work, I think I mentioned that Prabhupada said that Krishna consciousness is not a religion, but it is a process of purifying the heart. So if we take that seriously, let's talk about what are we doing here in that process of purifying the heart. What are the stages? So first there's the conditioned state of the heart, with all of its sanskaras, or as I like to say, scars. Okay, it's right there in the sanskaras. It's the scars in the heart, the hurts, the disappointments, the pains, but also the loves, the relationships, what is beautiful in our relationships with others. It's a mixture. So that's the conditioned state. The next state is the awakening of the heart. The awakening of the heart. This is where we are hearing the calling of the divine. But the calling of the divine can be subtle, as we'll see in this passage that Prabhupada has written. Everyone is loving Krishna ultimately, but realization is according to the advancement of his knowledge. Prabhupada is saying everyone is loving Krishna ultimately. That is because Prabhupada says over and over that love of God is dormant within the heart of every living being, and specifically the humans. Humans have within their hearts the loving nature, prema, in seed form, premodaya, the prema that rises eventually from within the heart, but it lies dormant there. So there's a certain stage in which it is awakened. All of you should know, by the way, that my body thinks it's still 2 o'clock in the morning. Okay, so basically I'm in a sleep state, a deep sleep state right now, so whatever I say, I can't be responsible for it. Okay, so just please know that. So, but that's why I'm clinging on to Prabhupada's words here. So the conditioned state of the heart moves to the awakened state. Now we see this in the Bhagavad Gita. Remember, Krishna is right there with Arjuna. Right there with Arjuna. And Arjuna has a breakdown. He doesn't even see Krishna, really. And isn't that our conditioned state? Krishna is everywhere around us. We are graced by so many gifts from Krishna, and we cannot see him. That's the conditioned state. So Arjuna represents this conditioned state at the start of the Bhagavad Gita. And by the way, the Advaitins, the impersonalists, or what we often also know as the Mayavadis, they comment on chapters 2 through 18 of the Bhagavad Gita. They ignore the first chapter. Not one word of commentary from Shankaracharya in his Gita Bhashya. Do you know why? Because they pretend that the phenomenal world, that the conditioned state doesn't exist. That's just not real. That's the stuff of repression, right? Stuff of repression. This is not what we're promoting. Prabhupada wanted us to know what the conditioned state is about. And so did the Gita. So did Krishna. So Arjuna splendidly reveals to us what the conditioned state is. He's speaking all kinds of stuff to Krishna. And notice, how many words do you think Krishna speaks in the first chapter? Any guess? Not 0. 5. Yeah, we scholars, we tend to count stuff. It is a peculiar fetish. But there are 5 words about Krishna speaks, and Arjuna is dumping the contents of his heart onto Krishna. And Krishna is such a good listener. And he's a good listener for all of us. And he's still listening, and he's been listening eternally. And he's waiting for us to turn to him. Arjuna didn't really know that he was talking to Krishna. He was so steeped in his breakdown, in his pain. Yeah, I mean, he sort of knew he was talking to Krishna. He referred to him with the epithet Madhusudana, as if to say, you're asking me to do something that even you don't do. You kill demons, as in Madhusudana, but you're asking me to kill people I love. Ouch. That's a big owie. Right there. So Arjuna was freaked out that he had to be in this position of killing people that he loved. Now, any of us here who have lived long enough have known people that have a wonderful side to them, but suddenly you realize, oh my God, there's such a dark side to that person. How painful that is to have loved someone and then to find out there's such a dark side to them. This is very painful. So this is what Arjuna is going through. How to perform his dharma, his swadharma, and which says he has to protect innocent people, but then this part of dharma ethics is that you don't kill people that you love. Let's move on here. So everyone is loving Krishna ultimately. One comes to understand that his self is the spirit soul. And the spirit soul is nothing but a part and parcel of the Supreme Lord. Therefore, the Supreme Lord is the ultimate goal of love. And thus one should surrender unto him. And we already talked about the word surrender, how that is meant, how that is intended. So we are already part of Krishna. We are already being held by Krishna, embraced by Krishna. In the Yoga Sutra's words, Kaivalya, where everything is embracing us. I mean, it's amazing that anything works, isn't it? I mean, each of us is sitting on 37 trillion cells, and each cell has 1 million working parts. Oh, they're just finding out how many million is how much they've found out now. They'll find out more. They know there's more, but they've only been able to count 1 million. Amazing. It's amazing that anything works. So much is happening for us in order for us to do anything. Why do you think there's the translation in the Bhagavad Gita, you are not the doer? It's a funny thing with that phrase. Whenever I do something good, devotees point out to me, my godbrothers point out to me, you're not the doer, Garuda. Whenever I do something bad, suddenly I'm the doer. I don't know how that works. I haven't figured that out yet. In my translation, I say, we do not act alone. That's the problem. When we are in a conditioned state, we feel isolated from all else, from others, from the environment, from the world, from the universe. But we are part and parcel, as Prabhupada says, of the divine. So we're already part of that all blissful nature. So what's going on here? The problem is we're too busy being individuals. We are too busy being in our individuality instead of being individuals. Okay, that's my neologism. We are individuals in the unlimited, undivided reality. So it behooves us to connect with other individuals, not individuals. Now, if we connect with individuals, then we're here to learn how to communicate with other individuals, to bring them out of their individuality, their isolation, to individuals that are connected to the undivided whole. This surrender is considered auspicious for the conditioned soul. Our life, property, home, wife or husband, children, house, country, society, and all paraphernalia, which are very dear to us. Okay, there's the dear that we very much love. Okay, dear to us, are expansions of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. None of these things belong to us, but yet they're all part of our realities, our kshetras, our spheres of awareness and consciousness, and these are all gifts. And every relationship we have in this life is to teach us how to love, is to teach us one individual, how to connect one individual ourselves with other individuals, and especially the supreme individual. Hare Krishna. He is the central object of love because he gives us all bliss, expanding himself in so many ways according to our different situations, namely bodily, mental, and spiritual. Krishna Bhakti is not a question of mere doctrine. It's a process of learning how to love. Every relationship that we've had in this life, including the ones we have now, teach us what love is and what love is not. So, these are the lessons that Krishna is giving us. And sometimes they can be very painful lessons. But they can also sometimes be very, very deep and important lessons as well. So we have to, ideally, see everything is a gift from Krishna. Everything is embracing us to lift us up past the conditioned state into the awakened state. Because through these relationships, Krishna is calling us. Now, Krishna is the deity well known for playing the flute. And this is the only Bharatanatyam I know. I learned this from not Vrinda, but from another very experienced Bharatanatyam dancer. So please enjoy while I do this. Okay, you don't think this is very good, that's fine. But you can simply look at Sri Radhagopinathji. Now, you know, why is Krishna playing this flute when he's there with Radha? He has no cause to be picking up his flute when his supreme beloved is with him, standing next to him. But they are not gazing at one another. The inward gaze of divinity is not occurring here. The outward gaze. And the outward gaze is calling all of us. That's why we worship Radha Gopinathji. In their outward gaze, as they are calling us, and therefore Krishna has picked up his flute. Our goal is to hear Krishna's flute, just as the Vraja Gopikas heard Krishna's flute and dropped everything. This kind of surrender that Prabhupada is talking about here is the kind of surrender that the Vraja Gopikas experienced upon hearing Krishna's flute. They automatically dropped everything. It was not like they said, oh, God, I'm about to put on my other earring. Darn that flute. I have not read this. It is not there. They automatically threw their earrings, whatever earrings didn't make it on, whatever disheveled state they were in. They did not care. In a sense, it's a death narrative. When death comes, you could be putting on an earring and miss the other ear, because when death comes, it automatically removes us from whatever we're doing. Shuka, the narrator, tells us that they left bodies made of physical elements when they went out to the forest. Now, I should, share with all of you that when I was completing my doctoral degree at Harvard University in the early 90s, I was directed to translate and comment on the Ras Lila. Back in the 90s, God brothers and God sisters of mine were saying regularly, read the Bhagavata, but don't read the Ras Lila. I'm serious. This is what they were saying back then. Too advanced, not for us, forget about it. So this was sort of haunting. Well, first of all, just to be in academics back for decades was bad enough. Devotees would look at me, why are you in the slaughterhouse, Garuda? Education, higher education, or any education was known as the slaughterhouse. I was the only devotee for years venturing back into academics. And devotees looked upon me like, you're a curiosity, aren't you? You're a devotee, but you're in the slaughterhouse. What an odd combination. So that was already bad enough. That was tough enough. And I was supposed to do, my degree is literally in comparative religion. It's a doctoral degree in comparative religion. Because Prabhupada wanted that. And he knew that I was on my way to Harvard to do studies in comparative religion. This was explained by me in a letter to Prabhupada, and also by Rupanuga in a letter. His last letter, Rupanuga's last letter to Prabhupada. But suddenly, my advisor said, well, I'm convinced that there's enough material on the Christian side. I'm not convinced there's enough, scholarly treatment on the Vaishnava side. Now, this is not someone who was inimical at all to Vaishnavism. He was a student and one of the finest scholars of Ramanuja, or Sri Vaishnavism. And he said, so what is the highest vision of the Chaitanya school? He's asking me this across his desk. What is the highest vision? I'm thinking, oh my gosh, how am I going to answer this? So I'm going through like the Bhagavatam, like rapid speed, the Chaitanya Charitamrita, rapid speed. He said, take your time. And I said it would have to be the Ras Lila. Mahaprabhu delighted in it most. It is the sort of ultimate Lila of the Bhagavata. And it's referred to in verses earlier prior to the Panchadhyayi, the 5 chapters, and it's referred back to after the Panchadhyayi. He said, okay. So is there scholarly treatment on it? I said, well, I'm sure there is. I mean, at least Indian scholars. He said, well, show me. I scoured the Harvard libraries, the biggest library system in the world of a university, and I came back with 0 a month later. He said, that's your dissertation. I said, Professor, how about we reconsider this? Thinking about all the devotees, What are you doing your dissertation on, Garuda? Oh, just the Ras Lila. It's a small study. I'm thinking, how am I going to explain this? Garuda the Sahajya. I hear Prabhupada's, voice, don't jump to the 10th canto. Jumping, this is not jumping, this is like a deep sea dive into... So I kept trying to convince him that maybe we could do more of a comparison between, as I originally wanted to, between Catholic mysticism and Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami and the Chaitanya Shrine. That was what I was slated to do for years. And he just kept on refusing me. He said, no, that's your dissertation. I said, but how is it comparative, Professor? He said, it's comparative because you're preparing it to be compared. That's why it's comparative, how it's comparative. So, of course, I went back and I called up Satsuru Maharaj and told him about the bad news. And I called up Rupanuga. I called up my godbrothers, the ones that I've been in touch with during the time. And I said, what do you suggest? And they both said, and others said, well, you have to do it. I mean, it's your advisor. Otherwise, he just won't let you pass. And I said, so you're telling me I have to do it? They said, yeah, I mean, what else can you do? And in addition to that, you should pray like hell. I said, well, thank you for that advice. That's very nice. Good, thank you. And please don't tell anyone that that's what I'm working on right now. It's all I can handle. Well, later to find out, and there's a reason why I'm telling you all this, because this chapter on the wives of the Brahmanas, where the female beloveds of Krishna came to Krishna's seva so sweetly and lovingly, while the Brahmanas, the institutional, men, had to get their mantras chanted just right. Too busy, caught up in the rituals of the thing, in the technicalities with men's superior intelligence. But here, it said that these women, with their diya, their intelligence, gave it to Krishna, gave their intelligence to Krishna in the form of snigdha, tender, loving sweetness. So later I was to find out, now many of you know I published my dissertation in the form of a book called Dance of Divine Love. In fact, I came here right after I published it, in 2005. And it was published by Princeton University. That's a small school in America. Many of you haven't heard of it? Whatever, I don't trust you Europeans. Anyway, so all you guys hear about is Cambridge and Oxford, King's College and that sort of thing. So, but Princeton University published it, and it was the first time any devotee had published an academic work with a world-class publisher. And I was still wondering, what was the point of all this? And what happened was, there was a scholar who was getting her PhD around the same time I was, from Brown University. And she was writing, unbeknownst to me, on the Ras Leela. Now her thesis was that the writers of the Bhagavata she had a kind of conspiracy theory, that the writers of the Bhagavata were meant to keep women suppressed. And utterly bound to the will of men. And she interpreted the Ras Leela in this way. She wrote a journal article. Apparently she had a hard time getting her book published. That's why you write a journal article. And the editor of the journal sent her article to me to be reviewed. Okay? Suddenly I realized what one of my roles was, to be a protector of the Rasa Panchadhyayi, which Vishwanatha Chakravarti claimed to be Sarva Leela Chudamani, the crown jewel of all Leelas. Krishnadas Kaviraj, the Leela Sara, the essence of all Leelas. And here, this scholar was treating the Rasa Leela Panchadhyayi, the 5 chapters, as a kind of conspiracy to keep women, subsumed or subjected to the will of men. And I read through her article, and I had to write a criticism that said her arguments are specious. They're not specious. They sound like they could be correct, but they're not supported. That's a specious argument. Sounds right, but ain't. Okay? And I said, her arguments, I'm taking her arguments seriously. I'm all for looking at things from different angles of vision. That is what we do in the academic realm. So even if it's negative, no problem, but you had better support it. So I not only said that her arguments were specious and unsupported, and clearly she has had some issues about the male-female issues, whatever condition. And I said I'm sympathetic with that, by the way. I'm very sympathetic the way women have been mistreated. Totally sympathetic. However, to interpret the Rasa Leela Panchadhyayi this way, no. And I said, clearly you have not read chapter 23, the wives of the Brahmanas. There, the Brahmanas are put in their place. And there's no way to interpret this as a part of a conspiracy to keep women, subjugated. That's the word she used, subjugated. So the article never got published. Her article, yeah. I didn't even see you sitting there. Yeah. Yeah. Big brother. So I found out that was one of my roles, is to protect our most precious vision, in which I describe Radha and Krishna as a collapsed or condensed form of the Ras Mandala. Because every Rajagopika in the Ras Mandala is but a partial embodiment of Radha's emotions. So, in effect, the Ras Mandala is Radha and Krishna, and Radha and Krishna is the Ras Mandala. That, of course, we have the attending Rajagopikas here in this particular beautiful arena of worship. But that's what's implied as the Ras Mandala. Our ultimate focal point in Krishna Bhakti is a vision of joy. It's a vision of the supremely beautiful, the supremely playful, and the supremely delightful. Radha Madan Mohan, Radha Govinda, and Radha Gopinathji. That is our vision. We don't put down other visions. Prabhupada said we don't do that. But we do show how we differ. We have a different vision. But that's so worth sharing. Our vision. I was giving a Sunday feast lecture in the Brooklyn Temple in the States, New York. And at the end, there was a young lady who said, I'm an aspiring Bhaktin. I love Krishna consciousness, but my parents are very serious Christians. And they don't like the fact that I'm coming here today. What do you suggest? Because I am going to continue to be a Bhakta. I said, well, why don't you sit down with them and ask them what they love so much about Jesus? What is it that they love so much? And keep probing, keep asking questions. And then maybe one day they will ask you the same thing. But first, inquire from them. What is it that you love so much about your tradition? And then the temple president raised his hand and said, Garuda, I'm very surprised that was your response. I said, oh, okay. Let me hear your response. Well, it seems to me she should tell her parents that God the Father is Jesus, is Krishna, and that Jesus is the Son. I said, yeah, maybe we have that understanding, but you know what? No one wants to be told what they love. Don't tell someone what they love. Let them tell you what they love. Now, if they happen to tell you, we love God the Father, who happens to be your Krishna, well, fine. But until they do that, don't do that. Let them tell you who it is, what it is that they love. Then we're in conversation. Then this is dharmyam samvadam. Then it becomes a sacred conversation. Because now we're talking and sharing. And what does bhakti mean if not sharing? It doesn't really mean anything else. It means to share. So one individual, not individual, right? One individual. See, her parents were being individuals. They were stuck. To get people from being individuals to being out in a real individual, to be a true individual, sharing as with another individual. That is our goal. To do this in the scholarly world is not always pleasant. But among bhaktas, it is a joyful process. It is called sangha. Satsanga, sadhu sangha. And sometimes we translate sadhu sangha as a, in Sanskrit, Tatpurusha Samasa, which means you take the second member of the compound to modify the first. The Sangha of sadhus, great saintly devotees. But sadhu can be an adjective for Sangha in a Karmadarya Samasa, which means perfect association, just right, balanced, just right, perfect connection. And that is what we seek with one another, and then we can do that with outsiders. So if all of us have experienced an awakened state, I'll just end with this, then we can help others awaken. But if we are still blocked and still carrying our conditioning with us, then we will be commensurately unable and incapable of helping others hear that awaken, that call of the flute. So I'll just stop there. I think I've said enough, and open up for any comments or questions. Corrections. Anyone wants to correct me on anything? Elaborations, anyway. Rukmini?
You
Yeah?
mentioned 4 stages, but I don't think you got to the last 2.
Well, next year when I come here, we'll do the next 2. Okay, thank you. The third stage, okay, so first there's the conditioned state of the heart. Second is the awakening of the heart. The third is the purification of the heart. And not all of these go into strict stages, meaning they're happening at once. The fourth stage is the flow of the heart, and ultimately the overflow of the heart, which is exemplified by the Bhaktavatara, Mahaprabhu Chaitanya. The overflow of the heart. And that overflow becomes such an overflow that a bhakta dies literally from this world, because no longer can this body contain the flow of such a heart. So the flow of the heart turns into the overflow, the bhava. Bhava really means the overflow of being, bhava. Bhava, the strengthening of the vowel in Sanskrit, is an intensifier. So being, bhava, turns into bhava, an overflow of being. Anyway, I could go on for hours about that. Oh, we have a microphone?
Oh, we have it, yeah.
Traveling microphone? Okay, Tattvavitji.
And just before I ask my question, I'd like to just make a comment that once I told Vaishesika Prabhu,
Vaisheshika.
thank you.
Do you know I was the one who corrected him in his pronunciation of his name in 1980? Yeah, I said, why does everyone say Vaishesika? He said, you know, like Vaishya with a Sika. I said, that is not your name. It's Vaisheshika. Okay, but from the old days, you're carrying the old days forward. That's funny.
Yeah, I met him when I joined the temple.
Well, so it was Vaishesika.
He was the will.
Bhakta will, right? Vaishesika, right?
So I told him that in your translation of the Bhagavad Gita, you point out that the word bhakti is first mentioned in a particular place. I said it's chapter 7. So Vaishesika, because he has so much enthusiasm for the Gita, he started to recite the 7th chapter by heart to find the verse where the bhakti is first mentioned in the Gita. Huh? And he found it. So you mentioned, I want to go back to my question now. You said that Krishna speaks only 5 words in the first chapter, and I was wondering if anybody here knows, where are those? What verse is it? I know you know. Are you going to tell us?
No. No. Well, you see, the thing is this. What I love about, Krishna's words to Arjuna in the first chapter are basically almost like inconsequential. They were just part of his listening. They were just letting him know. It was almost like, okay, go on. Almost in effect, doing that. And then, of course, the second chapter can be misinterpreted very easily when he finally does turn to Krishna. And Krishna's reaction is described as prahasanam, which can mean like, laughing out loud, like Krishna's laughing, mocking in a mocking way, laughing at Arjuna. No, he's sweetly laughing the way a parent laughs at a child who's crying when the parent knows that everything's going to be fine. But right now, so that, and if you've ever seen a parent or if you've been a parent, you know what that laugh is about. So again, everything has to be translated consistent with the rasa. But when you get the Advaitins translating it, you get a warped idea of what the Gita is really about. I was using my Gita, a professor at Georgetown University was using my Bhagavad Gita as his text, his philosophy of yoga course. And he would invite me up every year to speak. Because the students, he thought the students would be very enthusiastic to see the author translator of this text that had been published by HarperCollins and so on. And he loved arguing with me. This is, John Brown, right? He purposely started arguing with me. So he and I would have these, fierce arguments in front of the class. The students were just like, we just forgot about them. And he would bring up the Advaitin, interpretation. And he said, and then I said, at times I said, well, why doesn't your Shankaracharya comment anything on the first chapter? What, should we just cut that chapter off? And then we, we'd go back and forth. And then, of course, we'd go out to lunch and we had a great time, right? So he was really sweet. We loved doing this kind of, almost an act. But my thesis of the Bhagavad Gita, and the reason I did a translation of the Bhagavad Gita, was to protect Prabhupada's interpretation of the Gita. I get things on the Facebook, Garuda, you're a demon. You've written and published your own Bhagavad Gita, your spiritual master. How dare you do that to your own spiritual master? They find out I'm initiated by Prabhupada. They say, you even do that? It might be understood if someone like Vish did it. But me, Garuda, right? A direct disciple, this is intolerable. So I explained I've been using Prabhupada's Gita in the classroom for longer than anyone has ever done, for 35 years. But I've seen where people misunderstand Prabhupada and even question his interpretation. So I said, look, I'm going to do one, and I'm going to be very strict academically. And look what comes out. It comes out very powerfully that not only is the Bhagavad Gita all about bhakti, or the offering of one's heart to the divinity, but there's a necessary precondition that's there, which is that divinity desires our love. And you know this from reading my Gita. So I bring this out to protect Prabhupada's Gita. But going back to my Georgetown professor, he retired after 10 years of my going up there. 3 years after his retirement, he's sitting back and reading my Gita again. And then he writes to me. He said, Graham, you nailed it. You nailed it. This is exactly what he said. I don't even use that expression. You nailed it. That's too much Christian talk with the cross. I don't nail anything. It's good. But he said, you nailed it. You really did get it. And it made my day, maybe my week, that someone finally gets what we're trying to say. But that first chapter is ignored by most people. I ignored it originally. Much more interested in the philosophy. But that is our philosophy, the conditioned state. Yeah.
translation because
Oh, am I going too long here? Sorry.
she had her hand.
Hare Krishna, thank you so much. This class is really food for the heart. And
Good.
thank you for sharing your wonderful journey in your academic life and experience. I'm just like you really stressed so many wonderful points. I just don't know where to start, but this class really, I think, is called for dig deeper into the language and meaning of our understanding and how to come to the right proper consciousness. So in the regard of these 4 stages you mentioned in the beginning, you mentioned this first stage, this is like conditioned stage that is often neglected, and you stress, which is I find very relevant, that it hasn't been like that. So it could be oppressive in some way if we do it in that way. So I'm just thinking, what could be your advice how to deal with it in a way that is not oppressive, but to bring us to the higher stages that you listed for. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Just quickly, because I'm getting the eye of authority here on our program today. We can't transcend that of which we're unaware. Have you noticed as you practice the life of Krishna Bhakti, weird things come up about yourself that you didn't know? Stuff bubbles up? Well, don't condemn yourself. Witness it. Observe it. And understand it as a gift. That this is what you need to know about yourself, that in order for you to progress further. So, right now I'm translating the Yoga Sutra with the Bhakti lens, which will be published by Yale University Press if I ever get it done. And it's interesting because Patanjali, whom Prabhupada regarded as a great sage, what Prabhupada did not like were the commentators of the Yoga Sutra. And I don't like them either, by the way. I've read what they have to, that's what John's work is, with the commentators. But commentators are not very good. But Patanjali states that those samskaras, those scars that come up, never go away. If you're practicing yoga, practicing bhakti yoga, because you can escape your conditioned state, that's not our process. That's called repression. And what does Krishna say in the Gita? What can repression accomplish? That rhetorical question. Stating that is very damaging, very destructive. But what does change is your relationship to that sanskara. Let's say you were abused in your life, you know? Well, don't pretend like that's not there anymore. Oh, Krishna, you only exist and my trauma doesn't exist. That's not so good. But your relationship with the trauma is completely transformed. Stop it. Oh, I'm sorry. Bless you. Bless you, my dear brother. Yeah, bless you. Yes, I'm sorry. It was the wrong tape. It's 2 a.m. for me, okay? Understand? Okay. So, so that would be my quick advice. Embrace it rather than run from it. And don't tell your other gods that just because they'll say, oh my God, did you know that such and such was, only your most confidential and trusted Sangha. Okay. We have to stop now? Why do we have to stop now?
What do you mean embrace it?
Embracing?
You said embrace the abuse, the past, and the scars. Just explain that a little bit.
He's your GBC. I'm not going to listen to you now. I'm going to listen to him. See, ISKCON, there are hierarchies in ISKCON. Do you understand that, Mahaprabhu? There are hierarchies, okay? You're my boss, but he's yours. Okay, so what I mean by embracing is, just as Mahaprabhu says in the Shikshashtakam, no matter how roughly you may embrace me, still I understand you to be my Lord, birth after birth. So the idea here is embracing means to sit with it and to understand it as a gift rather than something that's, meant to hurt further. But to, what is an embrace? An embrace is, when's the last time you embraced a God sister? What happens when you embrace someone? Okay, so Mahaprabhu picked me up at 12 midnight. He wasn't exactly happy to see me, but I was happy to see him. So I embraced him. I was happy to see him, somewhere in Brussels or somewhere. Anyway, the train was so late. So I embraced him. What does an embrace say? An embrace says two things. An embrace says, I accept you totally for what you are. So this is what you do with the trauma, right? Totally, I accept you for who you are. And then an embrace also says that, but that's not enough. I want to know you more. I want to enter more into the mysteries of what you're about. So this is the nature of love. I've gone into this extensively in some of my writings, but that's what an embrace does. So with this situation of witnessing issues of samskaras, you accept it fully. That's the first process. But then you probe and you want to understand it more. Why did Krishna send this? You probe more deeply. So the two actions, total acceptance, which is the humility aspect of it, but total probing, which is the passion part. And both those actions of humility and passion, which I've published an article on, is seen in the behavior of the Rajya Gopikas. That's where I learned about it.
I know the article.
Oh, you know the article?
Yes.
Oh, that's right. Oh, you were telling me. That's right. For your academic work.
Maybe there's a third step. The third step is, that maybe is how to deal with it. Instead of embrace it is you understand it. Like the Abhideya, Samanda, Abhideya.
And then you're talking about the Prayojana step.
Yes, not the Prayojana, the Samanda, the Abhideya. Samanda is the first, the understanding.
Yeah.
Then we have the Abhideya, how to deal with it.
Yeah.
It's not only understanding, but I think there's a step more. Embrace it, try to have a relation with it, and what I'm going to do about it. How am I going to live it?
Yes.
The application.
Yes.
Some practical
Is a practical level. Yeah. Yeah. That gets revealed as you accept it and probe deeply. Then that becomes revealed. How to deal with it. Yeah. Good. Is that good enough? Do you want me to go further? He's my boss. I should follow his instructions. Would you like me to stop the class? Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Can I get a recording that Marley shows a Thank you. I wanted to ask you just a very different one, which was how is it many places. Joe, he translates his part. 18 verses later.
I call it fast track.
That's what I call it. Yeah, because
It gets that, all of it adds up to that. So Prabhupada said, why wait?
So why others? Joe, there's others who are through. There's others, some different philosophies of money, it's not really bhakti, it's not really God. Where do they get that? I've seen some leaders of the scholars, people really are.
Oh, yeah.
They say bhakti's not there till, 10, 19.
Yeah. You see what
Misinterpreting specific words that become
Okay, so they're not looking at the text as a whole. They're buffet style, choosing Krishna's words out of context. Krishna speaks of souls coming to him 22 times. What if I texted you 22 times, come to my house? I did. I think I did text you at least 10 times. Anyway, 22 times he texts, he messages to Arjuna that I want souls to come to me. 22 times. Another 22 times, 22 verses, is how he loves souls. Yeah, exactly. Another 22. These people ignore it. Now, one of the ways they ignore it is the dearly thing. See, they don't translate love. You have to combine priya, translated typically as dear, but it's dearly loved. So you combine the one word in English, it works, right? I told you what I did with my wife, right? But you combine that dear, a dear kind of sort of, let's go 2 in the morning, a very affectionate love. It's priya. Ishtosi me drittamiti. You are desired by me, lovingly desired by me. Very powerful. In the 18th chapter. I mean, so many ways Krishna expresses how souls are loved by him. And that's why we bother to love Krishna.
So they just gloss over that.
Yes. But even devotees, many devotees think they're supposed to love Krishna even though he's too busy having fun. No, that's not right. That's not right. That's not what's going on here. He's not too busy having fun. I once took a Guru Kuma class and talked to him. I said, so what happens when you finally get back to the spiritual world and you knock on Krishna's door? And he answers, is he going to say, oh, I'm too busy for you right now? I need to get back to the gopis. Is that what's going to happen? No. He's been calling all of us. He's been waiting in eternity for all of us. That's our tradition. That's our vision. So the reason these other interpreters come up with these different things is they go buffet style. They take, and devotees can also do this. They don't, I mean, I've seen this within the movement. I won't mention his name, but he thinks that Varnashram Dharma is the highest. What's that? There are a few, right? There are a few arguing that. And I said, well, and they quote, Chatur Dharmyam Mayashikam Luna Karma Vibhagashaha, etc. I said, look, Krishna says that, but he says other things that we don't hold as the highest. And I said, are you going to die during the waxing of the moon? Huh? You're going to do that too? Yeah. I mean, what else are you going to, pick and choose? See, now that's devotees picking and choosing. Stop your picking and choosing. Understand what is the ultimate and there's penultimate, what supports the ultimate. You need to sort that out. This is not being done. So it's as much preaching we need inside as we need on the outside. And that's why what Mahaprabhu is doing, he's not here. As obnoxious as he is, he doesn't say that, he's not here, is doing a great service. We're trying to communicate with each other so we can communicate on the outside. I mean, you and I had a hard enough time communicating. Oh, well, let's not bring it into. Yeah, let's not bring our troubles.
It's not something to do.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, is that right?
We didn't
Right.
You always say
Sadhu. Thank you very much. I'm so out of it. Anyways, the best I can do while I'm out of it.
Thank you for fighting for us.
I still get to wake up. Yeah. Any questions? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. No, it's all right. glad to hear that.
But my concern is so often I hear Muslims saying in the streets on countries how powerful and then at the same time I have a comment for
Yes.
so how to move each in a wrong way and how to get the idea of it's not enough to just chant. And so you also have to do some about it because I
Well,
still
chanting, of course, is everything. But when the results of chanting come to you and you ignore them, well, what's the point? I mean, you're calling out to Radha Krishna when you chant, right? And it's sort of like if you're dialing a call, if you're calling someone on the phone, and the answer, and you say, I don't want to speak to you, I just want to keep dialing. What the heck is that about? You want to keep dialing. When they answer, respond. Okay, so it is about chanting, but it's about being sensitive to what the chanting brings, what it brings to your life. Now, if I break my arm, somebody once called me up and said I broke my arm, what should I do? I said, well, just chant to it. Just chant to it. It'll be fine. Much better than church. Stupid. Right? Okay, so, you're practical. The Bhakti Sutra says, for everyday affairs, just be practical. Do what you need to do. Don't be excessive, but also don't be neglectful. And that's balance. But the chanting, and this is a wonderful mission to help young girls, and especially, with this male abusive world that they're in, which ISKCON is an exempt organization for that, unfortunately. Give them, strength. And tell them how to sense who are the right sources and who are not. Help them be discerning and intelligent. Now later today in the conference, I'm going to be talking about female intelligence. We began it today with Dia. I didn't have much time to go into that. Where Dia? I don't even know. It's in the morning. It's in the morning? Okay. Before 11. So that'll be during what would normally be my morning nap. Okay. So, do you have the right schedule?
More or less.
More or less.
Starts at 10.
What?
Your panel.
What do you mean, my panel?
You're on a panel.
On a panel, what do you mean? Being nailed to a panel?
What's that? Don't use nails.
All right.
So, me, Gopal Hari, and video, yourselves, and Vishal.
Is that the order? Between the shop and Gopal?
Not sure.
Okay, so I'm supposed to speak this morning.
Kama Priya is
Yeah.
still a
Good. What is your name?
Radhadesh.
Radhadesh. Very nice. She was the writer?
narrator.
Oh, you were the narrator. Oh, I saw you. You just looked like some kind of angel walking out on stage. I couldn't figure out. I didn't recognize anyone. I did recognize you though. Yeah, you're raspy, that's sort of the character. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyone else? Just
you mentioned that bhakti means
oh,
to share.
this is a bribery. Going on there. Yeah. This is changing in the temple.
Changing money.
Money in the temple. That's right. Yeah. Okay. I'll get you your book. Yeah. Yeah. Even Krishna Kanto. Did you see that? She's busy with that. She wanted to witness. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, you mentioned that the word bhakti means to share. So is that an actual meaning of the Sanskrit?
Yes, it actually is. You take the verb root from which the word bhakti comes from, which is budge, and it means to share. It's the primary verbal meaning of the word. So when you take bhakta, that's the past passive participle. I don't know how good you are with grammar.
I can try that.
Yeah, whatever. You know, as a Sanskrit, you have to be a grammarian. I mean, you know, particularly grammar. But what does that mean as a bhakta? It literally means something shared. So you're being shared by Krishna. That's what a bhakta means. We say devotee. Okay, fine. But actually, it means a individual that's shared among other individuals, among the supreme undivided whole division, supreme division. Yeah. So yeah, it means to share. So, you know, now Prabhupada used a lot of Christian words. You know, he used preach. Well, I mean, really what we're doing is sharing. Preach has almost a one-way street feel to it.
Oh, look, you get the haters.
But actually sharing is a conversation. It's a dialogue. And our scriptures, have you noticed, are in dialogue? They totally dialogue up and down. Tiers of dialogue in the Bhagavata. The dialogue between Krishna and Arjuna was part of the dialogue between Dhritarashtra and Sanjaya. These are called telescoping dialogues in the area of literary criticism. So we're all about dialogue. In drama, yeah. It's part of our drama. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
Actually, since long I didn't use the word preaching, also don't like it. I always use sharing experiences.
Yeah, teaching is good.
Right. Not sharing.
Yeah.
Sharing what I realized, what I know.
That's right.
And people are interested.
That's right.
They're not interested.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's good. Teaching can even be considered like one way, but if you're a really good teacher, it has the quality of a conversation because you're tuning into your audience. So hopefully teaching is even a sharing conversation.
That was one thing I liked about Jayadvaita Swami's articles about God and Jayadvaita Swami always made it a conversation between the reader and himself.
Very friendly.
It was not, you know, like,
Yeah, that's right.
here's the preaching.
Yeah.
He was just talking to the reader.
They were good. They were really good. Yeah. They started that way back. Good. We're good. Thank you all. It was fun. Fun being back here.
Can I ask you, what was your Sanskrit?
I remember you. Yeah.
2005.
That's right. I remember you. Yeah. Good. Good to see you. I look much different than you've not changed. I came here with black hair.
Yes, I remember.
Do you remember that? Exactly. During the beginning of the conference. When I first came out, I looked like this. So you're going to see that.
Do you remember when we got for breakfast on the stairs and you said, "Why you taking my like this?"
Yeah.
You went for breakfast?
Yes, I think I should. Yeah. I don't trust you. Just because you gave me money doesn't mean. Okay, so there's
I always wanted to write precisely the quote from it's called Into the Point. You quoted it a few times, but because it's not written in total person.
Who did?
The English stuff.
Daniel Ingalls. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Well, I certainly sat in front of the rest of you. With difficulty. It's very difficult Sanskrit. If you try to seriously as poetry. As regular Sanskrit, it's not that difficult. But it's deep. Even he had to slow down. And he was so fluent. One of the greats of the 20th century. I should be a lot smarter than I am. I had great teachers. I mean, Daniel Ingalls, Van Boyton, Dimon, John Carmen. He just goes on. So I should be smart. Well, I don't mind. He knows I've done my He has studied communications journal.
So what did he say?
Oh yeah, he said it's some of the most, he said it's the most enchanting poem ever written. He wrote that, published it, and you don't say stuff like that unless. And my dissertation apparently was an inspiration for Gopal Hari's work at Oxford. It flew me in to do his exam. And then I ended up writing the foreword to his book, published by Oxford. Did you ever read that foreword? Did you read it? You don't remember? Oh, okay. Did I send it to you? Yeah, I think you would have remembered it. I'm quoting Shakespeare, I'm doing all kinds of crazy stuff. Yeah. I mean, it's really, it's good work. That's right.
Gut, der Wissenschaftler-Fotografie 2 der für das Steuerung. reform that institution. This institution is like it's thin. That means it's actually really helpful for empowering military police, fire. That's why I'm here even also for myself London. With many of these, all these kind of crazy they're all friends. It's a small place, and you just know that in this ocean of there's still this band. And from back at the college, all these progressive groups band together. It's one of the highly most criticized projects by this action. Simple things, but also again, maybe a challenge doing something. So there's a legacy there, and then all this potency that's invested into some for their works. And what is the model of our institution? Soldier type, war is most progressive, heart center. Revitalizing that, creating a new way for people to come to be comfortable. That's the space of life. The way we are now as an institution, the most progressive conscious of people on the planet, so we see through. We used to be part of it. Now it's kind of like, what happened? Because we were part of the avant-garde, the most progressive scene of the world in the 60s. And we were leading it. Part of this kind of powerful meaning. Some others. Why all this story also came to him from Russia. And it was people in that community in the service. Where they were like, oh, I don't talk to us. And he told me, if someone is thousands of people at their parents, they don't know their parents, thousands of people, they go to the street. Some people in the street just looking at I was Krishna showing me like how to walk. Yes, on our topic.
Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Hare Ram.
Pałeczką nie do gobla?
Nie, jest taka sztuczka.
To nasza z tobą. O, ja będę wyglądała.
Wiesz, nie się nie proszę.
A no już proszę.
No bo tam już te dwa tam ja to trafię, no ale to wydaje.
climb on the altar, and then in selfies with Jagannath. Standing. So this is our, because we try not to close it off. But you are so quick.
Stage 4.
Krishna Krishna Hare
Nous commençons ici chaque jour à 4h30. Le matin. Et puis, à ce moment-là, il y a une cérémonie sur l'autel où le prêtre lui offre de l'encens, du feu, de l'eau, des fleurs. Et cette cérémonie qui se passe déjà dans tous les temples indiens depuis des milliers d'années. Dans nos livres qui datent au moins 5000 ans, toutes ces cérémonies sont déjà décrites et c'était déjà fait dans les temples à ce moment-là. Et alors ici, à ce côté-ci, nous avons des prières et puis on finit toujours avec l'Hare Krishna mantra, parce que ce sont des Hare Krishna. On chante Hare Krishna. Et alors à 5 heures, quand la cérémonie est finie, le rideau se ferme, il y a 5 prêtres qui vont sur l'autel. Ils enlèvent tous les vêtements, toutes les décorations, tout est enlevé. Ils mettent les outils et puis ils mettent les autres vêtements. Alors ici en bas, il y a 3 pièces pleines d'armoires. Il y a 100 habits de jour et il y a 100 habits de nuit pour tous les temps. Le matin et le soir, à 7 heures, il y a de nouveau une grande cérémonie. Après cela, les rideaux se ferment, ils ont le habit de nuit. Et aussi 6 fois par jour. Et on fait la cuisine spécifiquement pour l'hôtel. Alors il y a 3 cuisines. Il y a une grande cuisine pour la communauté ici en dessous. Puis à côté, il y a une petite cuisine où il y a simplement l'accès pour les prêtres. Et à côté de là, c'est une petite cuisine où nous pouvons réchauffer notre nourriture, faire une tasse de thé. Au milieu, c'est Krishna avec la flûte. Krishna, c'est le Dieu le tout attractif. C'est une qualité de Dieu, il est tout attractif. À sa côté, c'est Radha, c'est la reine dans le mantra. C'est la déesse de l'amour, de la compassion. C'est la compagnon éternelle de Krishna. Et c'est aussi son énergie interne. À ce côté-ci, il y a Jagannath Baladev Subhadra. En fait, c'est le même Krishna, mais c'est de notre Dieu. Il a des noms, il apparaît de certaines façons selon notre culture, selon notre relation avec lui. Alors Jagannath, ça veut dire le Seigneur de l'univers. Alors c'est complètement différent que le tout attractif. C'est un peu plus comme Allah, le tout puissant, le Seigneur de l'univers. En Inde, ils ont le temple de Jagannath. Là, Jagannath est immense. Je crois qu'il est environ 2 mètres. Et une fois par an, ils mettent ses mourtis sur des grands chars. Et les chars sont à peu près comme cette partie du temple, sur 16 roues tout en bois. Et alors ils tirent Jagannath, il n'y a pas de moteur, ils tirent Jagannath dans les rues de cette ville. Alors les rues sont très larges et il y a environ au moins 1 million de visiteurs qui viennent ce jour-là pour participer au festival. Ça aussi, ça se passe déjà depuis des milliers d'années. Et ça se passe au milieu de l'été. Alors il fait incroyablement chaud. Ça approche de 50. Alors il y a les pompiers qui sont là, qui arrosent tout le monde avec de l'eau parce que sinon ils meurent de chaleur. Surtout quand on est milliers de personnes comme ça dans les rues. Et alors notre fondateur a amené ce festival dans l'Occident. Alors nous avons le même festival à Anvers, à Amsterdam, à Eindhoven, à Paris, à Londres, toutes les grandes villes du monde. Alors ici les mortiers aussi. Quelques fois par an, on le met sur des chars et on le tire vers les grandes villes. Non, des grandes villes. On le fait sur place, tout petit, mais et on l'amène avec alors ils font en arrière de la voiture, sur le siège en arrière, et notre fondateur, il va sur le siège de passager. Alors les gens nous regardent, celui-ci ne bouge pas du tout. C'est très drôle de voir les autres comme ils regardent. Et puis il y a le char à Anvers, alors on le met sur le char là. C'est plutôt là, c'est Seigneur Nityananda et Seigneur Chaitanya. Seigneur Chaitanya est apparu 537 ans, il y a 537 ans. Et en fait, ils dansent, et c'est eux qui... On connaît les Hare Krishna parce qu'on danse dans les rues.
Oui.
C'est très fameux. Alors, ça a commencé avec lui. C'est lui qui a
Mais
commencé
c'est
ça.
aussi un avatar.
Oui, c'est aussi un avatar. C'est aussi Krishna.
Oui.
Alors, nous sommes monothéistes. Ça, on ne dirait pas ça quand on voit le thème, mais c'est tout Krishna. On ne vénère pas les autres déités de l'Inde. C'est ça, on vénère simplement Krishna. Alors, c'est aussi l'avatar de Krishna, ou Krishna même. Et alors, nous a donné l'importance du mantra, les chants dans les rues, même les livres que nous lisons, ce sont les livres dont il a parlé. Alors, notre mouvement essentiellement a commencé avec lui il y a 537 ans. Et alors, notre fondateur l'a amené dans l'Occident.
Est-ce que vous parlez de... Est-ce qu'il y a une peu en néerlandais?
Nederlands, ja natuurlijk.
Ah, oh,
Ik spreek Nederlands.
oh,
U ook?
Ja.
Oké, had ik gewoon in Nederlands kunnen spreken, was het een heel stuk makkelijker geweest. Ja, u spreekt ook heel goed Frans. Nou, dan doen we nog een keertje Nederlands. Wij beginnen dus om 4:30 ochtends.
Oké, heel goed.
Ja, we hadden hier vroeger monnik. En die zei, in de kloosters is het nog veel vroeger, dus we hebben niks te klagen. Dan beginnen we een ceremonie met het altaar. En het is een ceremonie die al duizenden jaren plaatsvindt in alle Indiase tempels over de hele wereld. In de geschriften die we hebben, die minstens 5000 jaar oud zijn, worden die ceremonies al beschreven. Kijk, het gaat een stuk vloeiender in het Nederlands. En dan om 5:00 gaan de gordijnen dicht. Dan komen er 5 priesters op het altaar en nemen alle kleding weg. Alle sieraden, alles wordt weggehaald. Dan worden de wildgedaante gebaat. Krijgen ze andere kleding aan. Dus hieronder zijn die kamers, 100 kasten. Daar hangen 10 sets met kleding voor de dag, 10 sets met kleding voor de nacht. Wat inhoudt dat ze dus avonds de wereldceremonie is, dat ze dan de gordijnen weer dicht gaan, dat ze dan weer uitgekleed worden. Niet gebaat, gebaat is maar 1 keer per dag. En dan andere kinderen krijgen ze nachtkleding, veel eenvoudiger. Niet al die sieraden, niet al die glitters die erop geborduurd zijn. Geen bloemenslingers, want ja, wij gaan ook met bloemenslingers naar bed. En er wordt ook 6 keer per dag gekookt voor het altaar. Dus we hebben die keukens. We hebben een keuken daarachter onder voor de gemeenschap. Dan daarnaast een klein keukentje waar alleen de priesters mogen komen, waar voor het altaar wordt gekookt. En dan daarnaast een klein keukentje waar wij ons eten kunnen opwarmen, thee kunnen zetten en dergelijke. En in het midden is Krishna. Krishna betekent onaantrekkelijke. Dat is een eigenschap van God, hij is onaantrekkelijk. En naast hem is Radha, is de Hare mantra. En Radha is de godin van de liefde, van het mededogen. Het is de metgezellin van Krishna. Het is ook zijn innerlijke energie. En aan deze kant hebben we Jagannath, Radhadesh en Subhadra. Jagannath die betekent hier van het universum. Dat is ook een naam van God, maar ja, toch een andere relatie die je met hem hebt. Je hebt een andere relatie met iemand die heer van het universum is dan je hebt met iemand die aantrekkelijk is. En ik leg uit dat Jagannath deze beeldgedaante in India hebben ze een stad die is genoemd naar deze beeldgedaante, Jagannath Puri. En dan hebben ze beeldgedaante die zijn 2 meter hoog. En die worden 1 keer per jaar worden die op elkaar geheten, die ongeveer zo groot is als dat van de tempel. 16 enorme grote houten wielen. En die worden dan door de stad getrokken. Dus het zijn 3 karren. Dus er komen dan meer dan 1 miljoen mensen op af. En die trekken die karren door de stad.
Dat is dus hetzelfde wezen als Krishna.
Ja, en uiteindelijk Heer Chaitanya ook. Heer Chaitanya ook, alleen het is een heel verhaal waarom Heer Chaitanya is verschenen. Maar uiteindelijk is Heer Chaitanya ook gewoon Krishna. Dus maar een andere tijd, een andere missie. Krishna die komt om mensen, hij is aantrekkelijk, om mensen tot hem aan te trekken. En Heer Chaitanya die kwam om te laten zien hoe iemand die aangetrokken is tot Krishna handelt. Dus hij is God, maar hij komt als zijn eigen toegewijde om te laten zien hoe je dat doet. Dus het zingen op straat, het mediteren op de mantra, Dus hij komt om ons te leren hoe we hemzelf moeten vereren eigenlijk. En dan, ja, dus Richard Tyler, die is 537 jaar geleden verschenen. Die danst zoals wij op straat dansen. Dat is bij hem begonnen. Het zingen van de Mahamantra, de Hare Krsna mantra, is bij hem begonnen. De boeken die wij lezen zijn boeken waar hij over sprak. Dus hij is eigenlijk het begin van onze beweging die dan uit West is gedacht voor onze stichter. Trouwens, het interessante feit over die karren, die worden ieder jaar opnieuw gemaakt. En er zit echt beeldhouwwerk, er zijn gebeeldhouwde paarden worden daarvoor opgezet. Alles wordt, er komt geen spijker of schroef aan te pas. Die worden, alles past feilloos in elkaar. Het zijn gigantische karren, dus het zijn gewoon zwaard van hout. Helemaal van hout. Ik kan op YouTube laten zien hoe ze die wielen maken. Ze zijn dan nu aan het bouwen, want in juli is er weer een theater in. Ik kijk dat altijd op het internet. Het is grandioos om te zien. Dan zie je van die straat, vanuit de lucht, zie je dan die straat. En dat is één zwarte mensenmassa voor de hele lengte van die straat. Dat is ongelooflijk. Maar die worden dan... Nee, dus ik ga in de zomer niet naar India toe. En zeker niet tussen miljoen mensen. Dat is niet mijn ding. Ik vind het hier al te heet in de zomer. Ik vind het hier met 25 graden al te heet. Dus dat is niet voor mij. Maar die karren die worden dus elk jaar helemaal opnieuw gebouwd. Met de hand alles. Alles met de hand gemaakt. En dan helemaal geen schroef of spijkers. Dus
Klinkt zoals vastelavond.
Klinkt
zoals vastelavond.
Het is ook zo'n vakmanschap. Het is echt heel, heel goed. Dan vragen mensen zich soms af waarom doen we dat allemaal met die Belgen zouden zeggen met die poppetjes. Wat wij hier beoefenen is Bhakti Yoga. Bhakti betekent yoga van de liefde, van de toewijding.
Dat periode dat het creatief was, is typisch Bhakti.
Ja, precies. En dus wij oefenen hier in Bhakti. Wij hebben hier les in Bhakti. En het is heel moeilijk om liefde te hebben voor iemand die je niet kan zien. Wij kunnen met onze ogen God niet zien, want God is puur spiritueel en mijn ogen zijn puur materieel. Werkt niet. Vandaar dat je de beeldgedaante hebt. En onze stichter heeft wel eens uitgelegd dat die beeldgedaante is een beetje als een brievenbus. Want je hebt hier aan de kerk heb je een brievenbus hangen, daar stop ik naar post in. Word je opgehaald, ik kan er zelf een brievenbus naast hangen, er gebeurt niks mee. Maar die brievenbus is voor mij niet verschillend van de Belgische post. Ik kan zeggen, ik ga even naar de post, kan ook betekenen dat ik naar die brievenbus toe ga, niet dat ik helemaal naar Barfone en naar het postkantoor te gaan. Dus die beeldgedaante is niet verschillend van God en de spirituele wereld. Alleen via die beeldgedaante kan ik mijn devotie oefenen, kan ik mijn liefde oefenen. Door voor hem te koken, door hem mooi aan te kleden, door mooie bloemensfeers voor hem te maken en dat soort dingen. Dus het is een oefening voor ons. En tegelijkertijd is hij ook niet verschillend van.
Nee, dat klinkt wel. De aanwezigheid in de werkelijkheid.
Ja, precies. Ja. Nou, dan heb ik een stukje over onze stichter. Sri Prabhupada is op 69-jarige leeftijd in India op een boot gestapt naar Amerika. Hij had $0 op zak. Hij heeft aan boord heeft 2 hartaanvallen gehad die hij heeft overleefd. Hij was constant zeeziek.
69.
Ja, hij is aan boord is hij 70 geworden. En in Amerika, daarna heeft hij nog 12 jaar geleefd. Dus in die 12 jaar tijd heeft hij zo'n 50, 60 boeken geschreven en vertaald. Dus niet allemaal kleine boekjes, maar flinke boeken. Hij is 14 keer de wereld rondgereisd. Hij heeft zo'n 810 tempelcentra geopend wereldwijd. 5000 leerlingen gewijd. En ja, hij gaf iedere ochtend en ook vaak nog eens een keertje 's avonds een lezing. Hij sprak met politieke leiders, religieuze leiders, bekende mensen als de Beatles. Hij had constant mensen in zijn kamer. Constant programma's, theatra's, constant bezig. Dus ja, dan heb je weinig tijd om al die boeken te schrijven en te vertalen. Dus dat deed hij dan. Hij ging dan om 10 uur, 11 uur naar bed en dan stond hij om 12 uur op en dan ging hij vertalen. En dan na de lunch sliep hij nog heel eventjes. Van mensen die hem veel bij hem hadden gezegd dat hij had geen schema. Hij deed gewoon, hij diende gewoon totdat hij echt even moest rusten. Ging hij even rusten en dan ging hij weer doen. Dat is het volmaakte examen, het voorbeeld van Bhakti Yoga. Dus dat is was een stuk ook het. Ik moet weer naar de sessie.
Ja.
Als u wilt, mag u nog even, u mag hier nog even blijven als u wilt, verder geen probleem. Maar ik moet mijn baan weer bevallen en zorgen dat mensen niet met mijn laptop vandoor gaan.
Van harte dank voor
Graag gedaan.
alle zeer Schön.
Bye. So we begin here every morning at 4:30. We had a monk here before, who was somebody who used to be a Catholic monk. He said that in Catholic churches they start a lot earlier. So comes complain. So at 4:30 there's a ceremony on the altar where they offer incense, water, fire, flowers. And it's a ceremony that actually in all Indian temples in India it already takes place for thousands of years. Even our books, which originally date from at least 5,000 years ago, describe those ceremonies.
Okay.
So very ancient ceremonies. And then here we sing prayers. We always said with the Hare Krishna mantra, otherwise we wouldn't be the Hare Krishnas. Where are you from in the UK?
London.
London. So you've seen the Hare Krishnas.
Yeah,
on the
yeah.
street.
And
Yeah.
make a lot of noise with the drums.
Yeah. The drums and the cymbals.
Yeah.
The cymbals are more annoying sometimes than the drums. So, so at 5 o'clock the curtains close, and then 5 priests come on the altar, and they take away all the clothes, all the jewelry, all the decoration, everything gets taken away. They get dressed in new clothes, and below here there's 3 rooms filled with cards. There is 100 outfits for the day, 100 outfits for the night. So which means that at 7 o'clock we have another ceremony, then the curtains close, priests come, and they take away. Then they take away all the clothes again, and they get into the night outfits.
Is that 7 days a week?
7 days a week, never stops. And it's an eternal thing. You take care of God, you take care of Him every day, because He's God every day. So in the middle we have Krishna. Krishna means the all attractive. Which is quality of God, He's all attractive. Even my mom, who says she's atheist, when she stubs her toe, she goes, oh God! Then next to him is Radha, she's the Hare in the mantra. She is she's the goddess of love, the goddess of compassion. She is eternal consort of Krishna. She is also his eternal energy. Then on this side is a Jagannath Radhadesh Subhadra. So Jagannath means the Lord of the universe, which is also Krishna, also God. It's just a different relationship. God has different names according to the relationship we have with Him. So like that's why Christians, they call Him Father, and they pray for their daily bread. Muslims, they see Him as Allah, very big, very powerful. Jews, they don't even dare to say His name. So we have different names for God according to our relationship with Him. You really don't have to worry about it. You really don't have to worry about it.
I wanted to listen.
Okay. That's interesting, kids. Oh, okay.
It's changing so
Mm.
much. Friends.
Yes. Well, God is God. There's only one God. I mean, they don't fight up here, it's God. We do that here. So there's only one God. And as I said, we have relationships with Him according to our culture, our background, our nature, the time we're born in, and those relationships change. So Jagannath is the Lord of the universe, Krishna is the Lord attractive. On the left, we have Chaitanya. He appeared 537 years ago, and he dances on the streets. You can see he's dancing. So he's the beginning of what we do in the streets. And it started with him 537 years ago. He said the Hare Krishna mantra. He explained the Hare Krishna mantra. And the bottom step. And even the books that we read are books that we always discuss. So he's the beginning of our movement, and then it got brought to the West by our founder, Srila Prabhupada. Now people always ask the question, well, even if they don't ask it, they ask themselves the question, why am I doing this? You know, you also support there, so 6 times a day we offer food. So we have 3 kitchens. We have one kitchen for the community, one kitchen where we can heat up our food and make tea, and one kitchen solely before the priest can go into for the altar 6 times a day. So why don't you all? But what we practice here is bhakti yoga. Now we all know about yoga. What most people don't know is what yoga really means. Yoga means to live with, to have a relationship with, and obviously that means with God. And bhakti means love or devotion. So we try to develop a loving relationship with God. Now love is very difficult when you can't see God. Long distance relationships are complicated. We can't even see God because He is pure spiritual and we have material eyes. So that's why we have the deities. And it is explained that, as our founder explained, it's a little bit like a letterbox. You know, we have a letterbox against the church here. Post by letter gets delivered. Put by the post box there, won't get delivered. But for me, that letterbox is not different from the postal service. I can say I'm going to the post, can mean I'm going to the letterbox, doesn't mean I'm going to the next town, to the post office. So for me, the letterbox is the same as the postal service. I'm aware that there's a big business behind it, but it doesn't have anything to do with me. So the deity is not different from God, but it is my link with God. I post my love and devotion here, I post my service here, and then it goes to God. I'm aware that there's God in the spiritual world, and this is his representative in that sense. So we practice our love, our devotion, via serving the deities. That is why we have all this going on. Yeah, and now she's offering it. There are different mantras. We always say mantras with the bell. Well, when it gets then at lunchtime, it gets transferred into plastic containers, and at lunchtime it gets served with all the other food for our lunch.
How many people do you get on site?
In the room itself, about 25, that's only the celibate monks and the celibate ladies. And then back on the grounds on the other side of the street in the village, altogether we're about 140, of which about 22 children. And all different ages. Thank you.
Lovely, thank you so much. Very nice.
But if you want, we can make a photograph. I don't know if you have your phone with you.
Do you want to take a
But if you
photograph?
want, we can make a photograph. I remember.
Oh, you do it, yeah. Loads of places.
You can't go and stand in front. No, you can only make a photograph.
Oh, sorry.
No, we always tell people, because I think you guys also try to do that. This is God, so we don't go there anymore. I always tell people, we start the Eiffel Tower. Unless I had Indian people, they came from Denmark, and then I said, he's not a little mermaid. Really? I've never been there. And I don't think I will go there now.
Thank you.
done